try to see her face as I make my way through the storm. This is just what I do for now. This is just what I do to my saving God. This is just what I'm doing to get along. This is just what I do to my saving God. No sign, no run, nowhere. Doesn't mean that it's far away from us. When they come for me, Lord, I pray to thee, Lord, make me strong. Let me not grow weak as the flesh retreats from my bones. This is just what I do for now, you know. This is just what I do to my saving God. This is just what I'm doing to get along. This is just what I do to my saving God. No sign, no run, nowhere. Doesn't mean that it's far away from us. No sign, no run, nowhere. Doesn't mean that it's far away from us.
Yo, whatever following I've cultivated that comes from the corner of the internet that loves drama and loves stunting on each other and getting in arguments and they get real excited when people are disrespectful to each other. Yo, leave. I don't want you as part of my audience. I'm not interested in it. Whatever the Jerry Springer cult corner of the internet, God bless you. God be with you. Vaya con Dios. Get away from me. I want nothing to do with you. I'm not interested in any of it. I don't know how to make it more clear. I've blocked most of you. I'm not interested in the type of things that you think are interesting. I don't care. I'm not interested in the crash outs. I'm not interested in the debates. I'm not interested in the drama. All of it is so corny to me.
Whiteboard for super chatted $5. Sorry for upsetting you. People in the comments were acting like I personally attacked you. I reread the chat and I don't feel like I did that.
I feel like you did that, slow boy. I feel like you did that. I do. I feel like you misinterpreted me getting to the bottom and showing what we do have and what we don't when it comes to the Schofield situation as somehow a personal crisis of mine, or as somehow me counter-signaling. I feel like you personally attacked me. You called me, I know you called me naive. Like what I was saying is there is no conspiracy. When all I was saying is we do not have a direct paper trail. When often we do. Do you understand? It's not all just, you know, hearsay. We often have a direct paper trail for what's going on in the world. And it's just a matter of looking at it. And most people don't look at it. And when I point out that we don't have a direct paper trail with the Schofield Bible thing, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that there wasn't a conspiracy there. There's a lot of things that don't add up. And I was going through each thing that didn't add up and where conspiracy likely took place. I wasn't saying that there was no conspiracy. I don't understand this. I'm not interested in being sequestered and just calling everyone else who doesn't see what I see stupid. That's not interesting to me. I'm interested in bridging the gap. I'm interested in helping people to understand.
Hey, Big Tony, saluting face emoji.
What up, Christopher Scott? I spent the whole weekend talking to an evangelical Zionist. I spent the whole weekend talking to him. Do you think if I simply said the Schofield Bible was funded by the Rothschilds, and then he said, is that true, Grok? And Grok would say, nope. That's actually a conspiracy theory, and there's no basis to it, and there's no documentary evidence that that happened. Well, now he is like, okay, well then that's just an anti-Semite, and I don't have to think about this. But if I come with with documentary evidence of what did happen, I've already got him to understand that he sees the Talmud, that the Jews see the Talmud as divinely inspired. He didn't understand that. I already got him to see that the Jews literally see the Talmud as divinely inspired. He had no idea. I showed him. I had documentary evidence that showed him this. It's like me and Jimmy were talking about on Jimmy's show. When you say all of the truth and then you have something that somebody can tear apart, they can dismiss the whole thing wholesale. And maybe I shouldn't worry about that, but I do. I want to make sure that when I'm speaking, nothing I'm saying is disprovable. And I go to great lengths to make sure that's the case. I know what's happening. I know what happened. But to simply sit there and say Rothschild funded Schofield, Rothschild's funded Schofield, you're just preaching to the choir. And I'm not just trying to preach to the choir. I want to see people come to Orthodoxy. I want to see people get as far away from Zionism as they possibly can.
At Josiah Lyron super chatted $10. Great job, Tony, and God bless you.
God bless you too. So I do feel attacked. Yeah, I do feel attacked by you, slow boy. I do. And I'm not interested in bickering.
At Snagglebeast super chatted $5. This guy named Tony is a real swell fella. People who are angry at Tony have to get through me first.
Thank you, Snagglebeast. Thank you, everyone who super chatted. Here's all of your sound. Man. Look, I'm just becoming increasingly aware of how much this just comes down to us as individuals. And I can't ignore it. And if people don't want to go this direction with me, that's fine. If you don't want to go this direction with me, that's fine. You know? God be with you. It's fine. But I don't want to focus on how much I hate what's outside of me and what's outside of my control. I want to focus on the only thing I can change, which is what's going on internally. That's the only thing I actually have power over. Here's all 50 of your sounds. And I don't know. And that's kind of what I was starting the show talking about. You know, I want to talk about this, and I know people get upset. People get upset, you know? Oh, Tony's not, like, being aggressive lately. I don't feel aggressive. I feel sad. I feel sad about how far we've fallen. I feel sad in a messed up world. Every day I see something that breaks my heart, you know? And I see millions of people deceived and supporting evil. And nobody, would they do that if they knew? Would they do that if they knew? Would they do evil if they knew what it meant? Would they blaspheme Christ if they understood who Christ is and what's going to happen to them on the day of judgment? Maybe some of them would, but I bet a lot of them wouldn't. And it's not my job to decide who's who. I don't know. Thank you, Provo. But I'll tell you what, I feel like since I woke up this morning, I've been getting mischaracterized. And there's nothing I could do about that. But when it's someone I like, you know, people can mischaracterize me as much as they want. People could say, oh, Tony's this, Tony's that, Tony's this. But when someone I like, it bothers me. And I like Slowboy. When Slowboy mischaracterizes me, it hurts me. And and when people consistently mischaracterize me, they stop being someone I like. Because they're not talking to me. They're talking about some image they've projected on me. And I'm not here to disprove your made up idea of who I am. And if you continually confront me with your made up idea of who I am, as if I have to prove you wrong, then you're not my friend. Now let's look at this Indian guy who just made up this whole... Look at this. This is weird. Check this out. I got a notification yesterday. Have you guys seen this?
एक बार मैं हेलो लिसनर के चैनल पे जाता हूँ और मेरा फेवरेट गाना वो भी यहीं पे मिल गया। इसको मैं एक बार ओपन करता हूँ। इतना पार्ट बिना कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक के मैं बजा सकता, ना मैं बजाऊंगा। बाकी आप जो है इस लिंक पे जाइए। मैंने जो है लिंक की जगह
What is this?
लिंक की आईडी कॉपी कर दी।
Yo, what is this? Legit,
आपका जाना बिल्कुल बनता है।
Legit off Hitlery.
A1
What
quality
is
की
this?
करते हैं और A1 क्वालिटी की लाइव स्ट्रीम
What is
हेलो लिसनर में मिलेंगे। बल्कि A1 क्वालिटी के जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग करते हैं उनमें से एक है हेलो लिसनर। और इन्होंने ही मुझे प्रेरित किए कि मैं अपना एक चैनल बनाऊं और चैनल बनाकर उसमें लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग करूं। तो इसको एक बार इस गाने को सुनते हैं। मैं म्यूट पे जा रहा हूं।
I don't think it is Extanglia. I don't think it is.
At Extanglia super chatted $5. Is it the guy from Dog Music?
I don't think so. Here's your sound. No subtitles, but he has a bunch of videos too. And in this, in the description, he says, shout out, I'm a streamer. Subscribe to Mr. Tony's channel, The Real Hello Listener. And on his channel, he has one subscriber. And on his channel, he keeps talking about me. He keeps talking about me. I asked for a summary. Summarize the video. He's working on issues. What does he... Oh my gosh, I can't type. What does he say about hello listener? I love how I made this thing and it's been nothing but just a glitch on my stream. Like, I spent so much time making that and all it is just a glitch. The creator encourages viewers to subscribe to channel Hello Listener. They mentioned taking inspiration from Hello Listeners to start making their own YouTube videos. And apparently another video, he says he watches me every day to give him confidence. I don't know. It just popped into my notifications. So I was like, what the? So there's that. There's that guy. Yeah, but I never hit it on purpose. I'm always just trying to type something and all of a sudden it's going, ha, ha, ha. At first I thought it was like maybe Shoreline Skirt or Are We Not Men, but I don't think it is. It sounds like an actual Indian. Thank you, Paisia Prayer. Hey, what's up, This Life? All right, I'm going to try and be happy again. I'm so upset. Everybody's trying to get me today. And I'm just, I don't want to. I don't want to. Seems free speech is the thing here. Yeah. We'll see. I'm live streaming to YouTube too. So far they've allowed me. Guys, subscribe to my Rumble if you want me to if you want to. Jeez, what a morning. So first I get on freaking Jimmy's stream and everybody's being mean to me and saying that, oh, Tony's stupid and dirty. What the heck? Huh? Yo, put it on. Jump on, dude. Hold on. Jump in the orb. I want people to see your present. Put it on and get in the orb, dude. No, it's not true, organized insanity. It's just, it's how I feel. It's how I feel, dude. No, it's not a househood. It's something cool that I made for Jimmy. Could somebody give Jimmy the orb link? Could somebody give Jimmy the orb link? Took my whole family to read it. Tony, I've been so bummed about Christian Zionism. I could imagine, Paisia. Honestly, I could imagine. Lord have mercy. You'll see what it is, because he's going to jump into the orb and he's going to show you, because he's my best friend and he's not going to leave me hanging because he's my best friend. Grunt. Okay, Grunt, who thinks I'm bad? Jimmy's my best friend. If I'm bad, why would Jimmy be my best friend? Quite literally, Christian Zionism has ruined Paisia Prayer's life. Isn't that crazy? It's ruined a lot of people's lives. Countless millions of lives have been ruined by Christian Zionism. Can we ban Grunt here preemptively? He made me so... it was like... I don't know, dude. I think that's... The thing that really bothers me is people who are out of their element. People who don't understand what's going on. And all of a sudden, it's like, what? Am I going to freaking defend against the nonsense? Like, come to me with something legitimate. If you want to argue with me, if you want to hate me, at least be correct. There's a lot to hate. At least be correct. Don't make me fight things that are dumb, that don't matter, that you made up.
Austin Italio 6682 super chatted $5. Love the thumbnail. Looks like a goth Neanderthal.
Yeah, thanks. That's just my face. That's just me, dude. Normal me. Here's your sound. That's actually the worst one that they've discovered. Jimmy hasn't jumped in the orb, and I can't believe this. after the day I've had, Jimmy's not going to jump in the orb after the day I've had. After the day I've had. No, Tony, it's the lane and stuff too. Look, I can't help that I'm constantly fighting against my own internal crap. How many times do you need to see my permissions issue? Congrats, that was the worst. Here's another sound for you.
At Extanglia super chatted $5. Congrats, that was the worst sound.
One.
At super chatted $4.99.
Here's the thing.
Zionism is evil, but do you love the Jews? God bless. Blue heart emoji.
Here's the thing. It's like that though. I know you're joking, but that's the kind of thing it is. It's like people see like half a clip and they think they got your number. They think they got your number. And it's like, I don't know, man. There's so much going on, you know. No, I talk about all of it. And to sit there and just be like, oh, either this guy's an evil racist, anti-Semite, or this guy's not based enough. I don't know. People just, I don't know what people want, man. I'm just out here doing a show. Here, I'll jump into whereby if OBS isn't working, Jimmy. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I still don't know what the hell Tony thinks most of the time. It's beautiful. Well, there you go. Thank you, dude. I don't either, probably. I'm honestly, I don't know. Dude, it's Lent, man. This is a time where we turn inward. This is a time where we start looking at our own faults and not just attack everyone. And in truth, we should spend most of our time doing that. It shouldn't be reserved for Lent. You know what I mean? Dang. Jimmy's got problems, bro. I got both, I got the orb and whereby open right now, and he's not in either. He's having permission issues.
At reverse_massage super chatted $4.99. So you're famous in India now?
Yeah.
Tonys worldwide. You're an inspiration to Jeets everywhere. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's true. Now Jeets love me too. And I just want to say, there you go. There you go, India. That's for you.
Bro.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Let's full screen you.
Bro.
What? Where's the shirt?
This is the craziest thing ever.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn off the overlay.
Okay, first of all, let's start.
Wait, okay.
Let's start. Actually, I think we should start with the back.
All right.
Actually, no, let's start with the sleeves.
Wait, start with the front.
Wait.
Start with the front.
Wait. No. Okay, hold on. All right, we'll start with the front. All right, here's the front. Ready? You ready? Ready, guys? Put this down. All right, here's the front. Here's the front. Ready?
Yeah, dude.
This says best friends on every side. And who even knows? Medieval typeface. My whole family just had to stand up and go up to this back of the shirt and try to read it. Which is kind of funny because, you know, that's what would require if I wear this to the park. Someone's going to try to read the shirt. It's going to be hilarious.
They're going to spend, they're just going to be standing behind you.
So
all right.
Let's just read it because it took a while to get through. Nothing can ever nothing can ever come between us. We are two brothers. United in a world of indifference. You are my brother, and I will always be there for you.
Yeah.
This is what it means to be best friends. Warriors in the unseen realm, brothers in arms, two cool guys who know their worth. You are my best friend. And then on the side, really important tidbit. Snooki wrote a book. Snooki wrote a bookie.
She did.
And on the other side, a really important detail that couldn't have escaped the t-shirt design here is my wife is 5 feet tall.
Yeah, just like facts.
Wait, Maria is 5 feet tall?
Yeah, I was surprised too.
What?
Yeah, she's only 5 feet tall.
Wait a second. That means you're shorter than I thought you were.
How? I'm exactly the height you always knew.
I don't know, man.
I'm 6 foot tall. I am. I'm 6 feet, dude.
All right. Okay. Look, maybe the time I've seen you in the same frame, which is very rare. No one's really seen you in the same frame as Maria. So that means we're definitely.
I'm very rotund. I'm rotund. It makes me look shorter. Yeah.
Rotund.
It makes me look shorter because of how rotund I am.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I'll be wearing this to various places and certainly getting, especially just from the front alone.
Well, because it seems like, you know, I know you didn't like that picture, but it seems like it's grown on you. Right?
Well, I mean, I have to wear it, so that's like.
It should. I hope it grows on you. I hope you learn to love that picture.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. And that's the last time I'm saying it. Until next time.
What is the typeface, Tony?
I don't know. It was I don't know. It's like really
typeface.
I don't know.
What is it? I want to find it. I'm gonna use that from now on. I'm gonna make the whole chat that typeface.
Let me see. Let me try and look it up.
So everyone burns calories.
Just trying to read it.
Communicating.
Does using your brain burn calories?
Probably. Small amounts. Has to, right?
Yeah.
At reverse _ massage super chatted
hardware.
$1.99.
All right.
Has to be the most non-polyamorous shirt
I'm
ever.
gonna wear it a lot. It's the right blue for me.
Yeah, it's the exact blue you're wearing right now. I put a lot of thought into it.
I can't ever turn into a cutoff, which is that's kind of a.
That's helping.
I wish you made the.
That's actually helping you. That's actually one of the gifts I give you. One of the gifts is you can't cut off the sleeves. That's my second gift to you.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm ripped.
Yeah, it's just I'm not saying what your arms are or aren't. Dude.
Whatever. You have a tank top. Probably have a tank top jacket.
Does it? Ooh,
do they
that's
make
actually,
those?
yeah, that's not the best. Oh wait, that's just called a vest. That's a vest.
Yeah, you probably have a puffer vest.
I don't have a vest.
I just ordered online.
You probably did order a puffer vest online.
I'm gonna start wearing. I saw your style, and I see you can do your own thing, and I'm thinking, well, maybe my thing is sleeveless puffer vests.
Have you thought
puffer vests?
Have you thought about like going more sleeveless? Like going even further.
I can't do that yet.
I guess that's just what a wife beater is. It's just completely sleeveless.
I can't justify that. I have to hit the gym more to do that. Otherwise, it's just male boobs, hairy male boobs.
Well, see, I just, I'm encouraging you in the opposite direction. I love that you're doing your own thing, though.
You want me to be more dressed?
I think it'd be, look at me, dude.
Dude, you're
who
like
would have thought that
half the time.
Who would have thought
half your existence every day is naked, dude?
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
No, like most of your day is naked. Most of your day.
Wait, why do you think that you know that? I'm not going to say whether.
See, it admitted it. Yeah.
No, I said, why do you think?
I know that?
Why do you think that you know that? Is what I asked specifically.
Look, because clothing is an unnecessary from your view, unnecessary constraint to your body breathing.
I'm like a toddler.
You suffocate. Yeah, you're like you're just like, get me out of this.
Yeah, that is. But why do you know that?
Because I know that your clothing is just an extension of your experience of your own skin, Tony.
What?
And you're like, get me out of this. Get me out of this.
I want to get out of my own skin.
Yeah, don't ever do it, Tony.
Don't get out of your own.
You'll never get out of your own skin.
I can't make a promise for sure, but I'm really gonna try.
Okay. Well, on that note, I think you're about to review a bunch of JP Spears. Is that right?
I don't know. Should I? Honestly, I've been. What, dude? What should I? You tell me. What should I do, Jimmy? You're better at this.
I already told you.
I did the sworn pants.
You should have beaten JP to that type of skit and coverage with the notes.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's what I asked. What should I have done? That's what I asked. I asked what were my past mistakes is what I was asking.
Well, yeah, no. Well, I guess, yeah, fair enough. No, it's too late now. There's
too late. JP already did it.
Too late.
God bless him.
You already lost that war.
That war exists solely in your head.
Fine, you lost it in my head then. Still means
lost respect for you. Honestly, you lost a war that I put you in my head, and I really can't look at you the same anymore.
It's like a straw war. It's like a straw man, but a war. Yeah. Yeah, you lost a battle in my head, Tony. So don't do that again.
I'm sorry.
I'll give you updates. I'll do a shared Google document of the battles in my head. And if you're in them, at least you could check them out in advance, you know?
I mean, maybe bring a list to Orthodox.
That's going to be my notes. Now I know what my notes are. Battles in my head. It's a whole segment on.
That's what my notes are. That's literally what my notes are. Just battles in my head.
All right. Well, thanks for the shirt. I'm going to wear it this week, and my birthday's over now.
Yeah. Now it's time for my birthday.
When's your birthday?
In 6 months.
Okay.
But we could get started.
All right.
Let's start the festivities.
Right. Go, JP.
All right. I feel sick again. What am I supposed to do today? What do you guys want me to do? Happy birthday, Tony. Thank you, Hayes. Thank you, Hayes. Yeah, let's get, my birthday's in September, but I don't think that's any reason for us not to start celebrating it early. Just a little early. We know it's coming. Jimmy had his time. Let's begin the festivities for my birthday. I think that's totally fair. Happy birthday, Tony. Thank you, dude. Not quite yet, but I do appreciate it. All right, so what should I do? I tried to talk about how I don't feel racist anymore. I just feel sad and I want to go home. And probably lost half my viewer base. I talked about how there's no smoking gun on the Schofield Bible thing, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a conspiracy because there's a lot of crazy stuff going on there. Lost another, quarter of my viewer base. So for those of you that are left, what should I do next? Happy birthday, Toy. Thank you, Seabeck. Happy birthday, Seabeck. Happy birthday, Ozzy. Guys, Jimmy's birthday is over. That means it's our birthday now. Happy birthday to each and every one of you. How many months is October? It's a single month, October. Thanks for asking. Does anybody else have any questions? What do I mean I want to go home? I want to go to heaven. I mean I want to go to heaven, dude. He means he wants to come to our house. No, I mean I want to go to heaven. Freaking sucks down here, dude. Do you want to see how much it sucks? Hey guys, welcome to the show. You want to see how much it sucks out here? I could show you. Oh, I could show you. Hold on one second. I'm a little contrasty. Ah, look at that. That's way better. I've been thinking about shaving my entire face and see if I still look like a little kid underneath. Sour Cookie says, not really. I respect that. I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is that okay? Can I take a break from raging against it all? Can I take a break from raging against it all and just understand that the world is fallen and none of it should be like this?
At Unhitbone super chatted $5.
Thank you, Unhitbone. Here's your sound. Everyone's getting murked today. Everybody's getting murked. I looked up a lot of crazy stuff this week. I spent a lot of time trying to help a Zionist. Why would you do that, Tony? Why? You know what? Because I do what I do. I do what I do over here. And it's not, you know, it's not against my code for after I get banned by David Wood, some little straggler hangs out who's obsessed with David Wood and argues with me for 3 days straight, and I do my best to steer him in the right direction. That's not against my nature or my principles to do that. I thought, this is fine. Let me patiently guide this guy out of Zionism. And I still haven't done it, but that's because I'm stupid and I don't have all the information, but I'm going to keep trying because he's still talking to me. And to me, that's enough. You're still talking to me? Okay. We can build on that. We can build on that. Here's your sound, Shoreline.
At Shoreline super chatted $4.99.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that sound, Shoreline? And one of the things I discovered in trying to get someone embedded in the psychosis of Christian Zionism, which is a heresy, a form of psychosis, and a great evil. One of the things I found is that if you simply say, Rothschild funded the Scofield Bible, they will go, I just looked it up, and there's no evidence that Rothschild funded the Scofield Bible, and then that gives them credence to dismiss everything you're saying wholesale because they're already looking for reasons to be like, you're just an anti-Semite. And yeah, I am an anti-Semite. I'm a proud anti-Semite. I love anti-Semitism. I think it's one of the greatest American inventions. But I'm not going to say that to him. I already have. But he's still talking to me. He told me I was an anti-Semite. I said, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I hope to one day say that to you as well. I'm not sure I want a sound today. Give it a shot. Guys, super chat me. I got a lot of sounds. See what you get. This is kind of a casino. My show's a bit of a casino. Yeah, he's probably just Jewish. Well, I can't make a Jewish stop being Jewish? There has to be some chance of that happening. It's not going well by the sound of it. No, it's not. Do you want to recap? I'll recap. I'll recap some of it. It's so David Wood spent like the entire weekend. OnlyFans founder Leonid Ravinsky dies of cancer at age 43.
At Unhitbone super chatted $5.
Thank you, Unhitbone. Here's your sound. That's nice. Thank you, Gooberang. Here's your sound.
At Gooberang super chatted $5.
Yo, that is sick. Oh my gosh. That sounds amazing. I could do something with that. I could break these cuffs.
At Austin Vitalio 6682 super chatted $5. Please, sir, may I have another?
Yes, here's your sound, Austin. That sucked. All right, so I'll give you a quick recap. Oh, also, everybody's making fun of me. Oh, gosh, I'm getting made fun of so much. So I was just saying that this is true. Look, what is this? Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm going to speak on this for 1 second and then we'll move on. I know how disturbing this is. Israel kidnapped and tortured a 1-year-old child in front of his father for 10 hours, burning cigarettes and inserting nails into his legs in an attempt to extract a false confession under duress. That's true. I looked into it. This happened. I just want you to know that.
Stanglia super chatted $5. I once made a deer stop being a deer. So maybe you can stop the Amish from being Amish.
I think it's possible. Ugh. Here's your sound. And you deserved that. And right now, there are all sorts of things going on. And it's very hard for me to parse out what's happening and what's misinformation and what's disinformation. It's very difficult. So when I see stuff, I take the time to look into it. And sometimes I secretly ask Grok if that's true. And now everybody makes fun of me. But I don't do it in front of people. Because if you do it in front of people, everybody goes, Grok, is this true? Because apparently everybody else just knows when things are true. I don't know. Apparently everybody else immediately knows when anything is true. And if I ask for firsthand evidence of a story and ask for news articles and look further into what's being said, because there's a lot of things being said. They said that Iran targeted and destroyed Israel's nuclear facility yesterday. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? Do you know if that's true? Maybe you do. Maybe you do. God bless you. You're all so much smarter than me. It must be wonderful. Me, I have to work it out. I have to see what's real. I have to spend some time. I have to do some research. That's what I have to do. So, to the extent that I do talk about current issues, I like to make sure I have my ducks in a row before I speak on them. Because it feels really bad when you say something and then all of a sudden it turns out you're wrong. That feels bad. I don't like that feeling. It makes me feel really stupid. So I try not to get in that situation. Redemptive sound. Here's your next sound. Austin.
Italio 6,682 super chatted $5. Redemptive sound.
Interesting. Okay. I like that Extangler said don't smoke weed. And then Hayes to the Koosh just happened to respond to him. And Extangler said, I wasn't talking to you. If anybody talks about weed, Hayes to the Koosh responds. Stop talking about me, dude. Stop talking directly to me. Did you say weed? Did somebody just say weed? All right. So here's the recap. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And I had a couple W's. It can only get better. We don't know that for a fact. I might have worse sounds than that.
Zort 8,989 super chatted $5. It can only get better.
Here's your sound, Zorched. Was that better? What is the thing today? You know, I thought I had a show today. Well, just, you're fine. Okay, so it started off. Okay, here we go. God bless you guys. Thank you for super chatting. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. So it started off with me retweeting David Wood, because David Wood was just, and I'm going to just use the kindest words I could use to describe this, glazing Netanyahu and just running to his defense. Anyone who mentioned him just coming out the woodwork. And so then he did it with me as well. I didn't even at him, I don't think. I just reposted his post. And so he comes out and he responds to me somewhere. And he asks me a question and then blocks me so I can't answer. Very cool. Do you know that Apostate Prophet did the exact same thing to me? Like 2 years ago? Started talking a bunch of crap, then went into my history and retweeted like my most anti-Semitic things and blocked me and was like, this is the guy who's arguing with me. He's evil. Whatever. It's fine. Anyway, so somebody came out of the woodwork. Fraser Blacksland. I don't know if he's Jewish. I don't even know if he's real. Does that look like a real person? I'm scared of him. His eyes don't match. His eyes don't match enough. He looks smart though, right? Doesn't he look smart? This might be an AI image. Anyway. I called Netanyahu the devil. He said, who do you think the devil is? 'Cause you may need to revisit your theology there, son. And instead of being mad, I said, my theology is the theology of the ancient church. Your theology was literally funded by a Rothschild who needed Goyim support to conflate Israel, the church, and then I made a typo, to be conflated with Israel, the modern nation state started in 1948. Educate yourself. Look up the Scofield Bible. So, you know, I started off immediately with things that I can't prove. Things that I can't prove. The Rothschild thing. So, a little misstep, but you didn't find it immediately. And then I showed what St. Gregory says about the Tengu. Tengu. And I said what Justin Martyr said about the Tengu. Tengu. And I said what St. Jerome said about the Tengu. Okay. And I said what St. John Chrysostom said about the Tengu. And his response was, oh my God, oh gosh. Because he's an intellectually astute person. Oh, where do I even begin with this guy? And so then I showed him Jewish tourists visiting Wales and demolishing a landmark cross set in the hillside and used the stones to build a Star of David instead. I showed him this. It's just a thing. What do you think of that? And he said, your anti-Semitism is showing. Isn't it weird that these people who purport to be Christians care more about the anti-Semitic angle of Jews desecrating a cross? It's very anti-Semitic for you to say that, for you to show me Jews desecrating a cross. And yeah, maybe I should have just been like, go die. Maybe I should have, but that's not where I'm at right now. And so I just decided to keep at it. I said, thank you. Are you Jewish or just completely unable to see things as they are? And he said, what difference will it make? You are proud of your hatred of Jews? And I said, answer the question, coward. He goes, oh, he hits me with another meme. Yes, I'm talking to someone that I'm wasting my time. I wasted my time. I wasted my time this weekend. What did you do? I asked again, are you Jewish? He said, repent of your evil hatred. I said, I love everyone. Those who label truth as hate equals those who hate the truth. He said, repent of your evil hatred towards the Jews. I said, say Christ is God. He goes, of course he is, but don't you want me to say Christ is king? Oh, it's like talking to a freaking inchworm. I'm sorry. It's like talking to a male slug. I'm sorry. This is the internet. This is the internet. I said, you still haven't said it. In another thread, I don't know, I guess this goes to a bunch of different threads. He kept saying Yeshua is Messiah. I'm leaving. Maria, I need a big drink. Am I doing a good job? What?
I posted a bunch of pics of the icon in the Discord if you want to show it.
Okay. Sour Cookie's a woman? All right. I said, you still haven't said, you keep saying Yeshua, which I understand as your feeble attempt to Semitize your language. Maybe an attempt to be part of the ancient church. The ancient church is the Orthodox church. You're way off. Speaking of Yeshu, and I showed him the Talmudic passage where it describes a figure named Yeshu being punished in boiling excrement. Do you know how this whole conversation went? Should I just give you the highlights? You understand everything that happened. You know exactly who I'm talking to because you've seen him a million times. And he's hard-headed. Hard-headed and completely brainwashed. Completely, what's the word? Demoralized. No amount of evidence will help. How did I not know that? How did I not know what, dude? How did I not know what, dude? How did I not know what? How did you not know who's a woman? There's no amount of information. I said to him, there's no amount. Oh, he said, he said stuff, whatever. It doesn't matter what he said. He said wrong. And then I tried to say right. That Sour Cookie was a girl? No, I don't know that you could be a girl. Well, I know you're not a girl. A lot of you could be girls. You're a girl. There is no amount of information that will help you. I'm sorry. No, you are in a cult. The cult of Zionism, which reinterprets scripture to support the modern nation state of Israel. The Jews are the enemies of kind. Thessalonians 2:15. Learn about the Scofield Bible. And then I posted, American evangelicals will visit Jerusalem and see various Orthodox churches and be like, wow, these are the same churches established by the apostles, and then do nothing with that information. Anyway, it keeps going. One of the good things, at one point, he tries to hit me. He tries to freaking, what's it called? Rip. It's called, It's called dang ol' Gishgal at me with 100 quotes that support Zionism. So now my job is what? To piece apart each quote and show him where he's incorrect with my limited amount of tweets? Like, I don't even understand. What am I supposed to do? Girls. What am I supposed to do, ladies? And I said, and I've got some verses for you, friend. Of course, nothing they say in their books count, nor the things they say in public, nor the things they do right in front of us, because your demoralization is complete and irreversible. And I showed him a bunch of stuff from the Talmud. And then I posted the GIF. This is so stupid. What I'm doing right now is stupid. I'm recapping a gay argument. And then I showed him the GIF that said doesn't look like anything. And then he said, none of which is scripture. Do you know what the Talmud is? And then I said, yeah, I do. It's a series of commentaries, the oral Torah by rabbis about the meaning of passages. And as much as you'd like to wholesale dismiss them as meaningless, they simply aren't. And Chabad Lubavitch follow these ideas more or less to a T. And then he said, do you know what a commentary is? And I said, this is just that. And then he said, no, they don't. You are lying again. These aren't verses. And then I said, I showed a post where the leader of Chabad Lubavitch taught that the world was created for the sake of Israel and all Goyim are there to serve Israel. And he goes, one rabbi ain't going to cut it. I'll leave you to your anti-Semitism. And I said, that one rabbi is the leader of Chabad Lubavitch. And then he logged off for a while, and he came back and said, fair, but that doesn't mean that all Jews believe this. The Talmud is commentary, not scripture. And I said, you're right, it's not scripture, but Orthodox and conservative Jews do see it as divinely inspired. You're thinking of this in a Christian lens. This isn't Christianity. It's modern rabbinical Judaism. These words hold more weight for them than you realize. And he said, can you show me the evidence for them believing that it is divinely inspired, as by definition that would make it scripture? And I showed him Aish.com, a mainstream Orthodox site. I showed him the Wikipedia summary of Orthodox belief. I showed him Chabad.org. And I showed him Maimonides' own words. To which he responded, fair, but this isn't representative of all Jewish belief. So we can't lump them all in the same category. Perhaps we should stick with what the Bible says about Zionism. I said, this is representative of what a large portion of Jews believe and many in power in Israel. I'd love to stick to what the Bible says about Zionism. Unfortunately, you still haven't learned about the Scofield Bible, so we'll be talking past each other. Just type it in the search bar. And then what does he do? He discovers that there's no documentary evidence that Rothschild funded the Scofield Bible. It's a far-right conspiracy, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And his brain shuts down. So this is why this matters. This is why this matters. It matters for this single soul. If no one else. I said, put aside who funded it. This is the birthplace of Christian Zionism. This modern document changed context and reinterpreted scripture to support the creation of the modern state of Israel, complete with its own built-in interpretation. It was the study Bible of the 20th century. And then he just kept going. And now I have to literally do an entire education in, 200 characters on the actual meaning of Israel in the Old Testament, the fact that all the prophecies were fulfilled, and the fact that John Darby was just wrong, 100% wrong, and that his entire worldview was given to him by people who hate him. And so I haven't responded yet because it's a big undertaking. Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about. I was talking about this with Mr. Westford on Thursday, Dillweed. You're assuming he's being good faith. Why not assume it? Why not assume it? Why? Why not just assume it? Should I assume he's being bad faith? I don't know. Why can't I just be earnest? Why can't I just be earnest and just try and give people the benefit of a doubt? I don't see the harm in it. Yeah, that's true, Dustin. So he did move the goalpost. I showed him that the vast majority believe Talmud is divinely inspired, and he's immediately like, I should have chased him down. That's why I'm not a debater. That's why I'm not an epic debater. But yeah, we were talking about this on Westford's show on Thursday. He's shown that he's bad faith by shifting the goalpost multiple times. Ernest scared stupid. What the heck? I hope you get the worst sound, dude.
At Extanglia super chatted $5. Ernest scared stupid.
Okay, but does bad faith mean it's impossible to change his mind? That I'm wasting my time? All right, here's your sound, Extanglia. Who said they couldn't get worse? Who said the sounds couldn't get worse? There's no point debating sophists like that. Might as well shake the dust off your feet after you try to reach out. Maybe you're right. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? That's what I did this weekend. Ben the Bomb thinks it's worth it. Ben the Bomb thinks it's worth it. Thanks, I loved that. I had fish yesterday. A bit off topic. I saw your comment under a fish tank YouTube short. Have you seen the new season? What do you think about it? No, I haven't.
2018 super chatted $4.99. A bit off topic. I saw you comment under a fish tank short. Have you seen the new season, and what do you think about it if you have?
I haven't. Here's your sound. Oh wait, I already played that. Here's your sound. I should name these sounds, and I could use them. I don't watch Fish Tank. I watched like the first season or two here and there. I would watch the recaps on YouTube about it. I don't know. It's not for me, you know? It's not for me. It's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. It's kind of a gross show. It's kind of parading spurgs around in a house and watching them bump. It's kind of like taking a praying mantis and a spider and putting them in a glass jar and seeing what happens. It's kind of what you're doing, except you're doing it with human beings. Thank you, Shoreline. Here's your sound. I think that's an apt description. You saw my comment under a season 3 short? Yeah, I watched like the first 2 or 3 seasons. I got into the one where they did it outdoors. I think the season with that black gay guy, I was like, I'm done watching this show. I just stopped watching it. It's gross. It's kind of a gross show. And it is kind of, there's an aspect where it's kind of treating people like just, like they're not people. All right, so what's the moral of the story so far? I argued with a Zionist for hours, for days. And he conceded that Chabad Lubavitch is led by an Antichrist Jewish supremacist, and he conceded that the Talmud is seen as divinely inspired. That's a planted seed. You can't say that's nothing. He conceded both those points. And yeah, people have pride. And now he's invested. He's invested in an entire idea. These things don't always happen overnight. I think that it was worth it. I don't know if it's worth it for me to keep going, but I kind of think it is. You know, Jay did a great thing about how all the Jewish prophecies were fulfilled. He sent me an article that was really good about it, actually. Let me read it. There's an excerpt from the article that I think was really good. Most of it's about Schofield's backers and what happened behind the scenes. And not all of it is completely confirmable. That doesn't mean it's not true. It's just we don't have, like, the paper trail.
At Josiah Eliran super chatted $10. I minister to people who the world would say to not even bother with. God's mercy gives us all the grace we don't deserve. I respect you so much for finding Christ in others and not lose hope.
Thank you, dude. God bless you, Josiah. Here's your... That wasn't your sound, Dad, and I apologize. This is your sound.
At Extanglia super chatted $5. He conceded that he is conceited.
He conceded that he is conceited. Nice. Here's your sound, Extanglia. Very similar, but it wasn't exactly the same. Keep in mind, too, that those who witness conversations also get seeds planted even if they don't participate. Yeah. I didn't think it was a waste of time. And also it sharpened me, and it helped me to find areas that I could work on, flesh out, and approach these sorts of conversations in a more productive manner. The goal is to cut through the noise. The goal is to cut through the noise as fast as possible. That's the goal. Let me see if I can find this thing. I know some will argue that Schofield's notes include many theologically sound remarks. Okay, whatever. The Bible warns us a little... Central to this was distorting the promise God made to Abraham, the ancestor of both the ancient Hebrews and Arabs, in Genesis 12:1-3. Now the Lord had said unto Abraham, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will shew thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Although the word thee is singular in the Hebrew, Scofield pulled a fast one, made it plural, and applied the blessing to modern Jews. It's so crazy. Oh my gosh, we live in a freaking hell simulation. And here's Schofield's commentary. And curse him that cursed thee, wonderfully fulfilled in history of the dispersion. It has invariably fared ill with the people who have persecuted the Jew, well with those who have protected him. The future will still more remarkably prove this principle. How insightful. The Scofield Reference Bible was copyrighted by Oxford University Press, not Scofield. This gave the publishing house license to change his works in subsequent printing. Oxford issued a revised edition in 1967, coinciding with the Six-Day War and Israel's seizure of Jerusalem. I don't know. Maybe as a celebration. Like a gift bag. The version put Schofield's Zionism on steroids, adding, for example, this phrase to the above words: for a nation to commit the sin of anti-Semitism brings inevitable judgment. The Bible, of course, never refers to the sin of anti-Semitism. Yeah, that's not in the Bible. Tengu's right. Tengu! Oh, this is what I want to learn more about. Vagine says Oxford has always been a psyop. I want to learn more about that. If anybody has any info on how Oxford is a psyop and who's behind Oxford, and because I know it started, from what I've read, it started as a Anglican press. It started off as an extension of the Anglicas, of the English Church, and which is weird. Why would an Anglican publisher publish something so not part of Anglican theology? Publish some weird modern prot dispensationalist idea and then publish it worldwide. Very strange. But yeah, if anybody has more, that's what Jay said. Jay said that there's a Rothschild connection in the Oxford thing. That's what he said. I'm just looking for it. I've been looking for it. I want concrete. I want something that can be like, here it is. Look at it. That's what I like. I like that. I like to be like, here it is, and rub the nose in it. Smell it.
Believer is categorized as Yog/Shmin flip. We are taking the terms back. Raised fist emoji. Raised fist emoji.
Yog? Minyog? Oh. Goynum? I'm not with that. Let's talk God. Yo, can I just be 100%? I'm not with that. I see a lot of people trying that. Here's your sound. Wait, no, here's your sound. I'm not with that. I understand. They're like, we call ourselves niggas. I get it. I don't dig it with the goyim word. I'm not self-applying that word. I know a lot of people do. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be part of that. So I see what you're saying. I see a lot of people going in that direction. I see it getting popularized. I'm not doing it. Me personally, I will never self-apply that term. All right. In Genesis 15:18, God described the land he was giving Abraham and his seed. In the day that the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. At Herzl's Zionist congresses, plans were made to claim all the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. This demarks Greater Israel. The Euphrates and Nile rivers are the two blue stripes displayed on the Israeli flag. They enclose a star traditionally used in Satanism. Fun fact. Welcome to the ops. To convince Christians that Zionists remained entitled to this land, Schofield made God's promise unconditional. He wrote, for Abraham and his descendants, it is evident that the Abrahamic covenant made a great change. They became distinctively the heirs of promise. That covenant is wholly gracious and unconditional. He just said this. He just said this in the Bible. And this is your theology. This is American Zionism. This is the Bible Belt. This is 100 million a year from poor Christians who send their sons to die in Israeli wars. That covenant is wholly gracious and unconditional. The descendants of Abraham had to abide in their own land to inherit every blessing.
Big Boss tipped $5. I've begun watching The Sopranos to better understand Nikki's, Jimmy's, and your culture. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Here's your sound. All right. But as any Bible student knows, or should know, God promises to the Hebrews were always conditional upon their faith. When Moses brought the Hebrews out of Egypt, God did not even permit them to enter the land due to the lack of faith. How many times? And this guy keeps giving me Romans 9-11. I'm like, what are you seeing in this? And so I have to like get back into like heavy Jay Dyer study. It's once you're doing a show, you don't have as much time to absorb other people's shows. And Jay Dyer has gone into this, into the dispensationalist thing, and gone through each verse that these people use. And I have to get back into that. I have to find time. But after he said, dude, Romans 9-11, how funny. Romans 9:11 is why I'm a Zionist. Anyway, I read all the way through and I was like, what are you talking? What do you think this says, dude? Anyway. God did not even permit them to enter the land due to the lack of faith. Instead, they were compelled to first wander in the wilderness for 40 years. Do you think today's Israelites are more faithful to God than those of Moses' days? And then it shows a bunch of gay guys in Tel Aviv. Anyone who believes God's promise to Israel were unconditional should read Deuteronomy 28, which clearly enumerates blessings for obedience, counterbalanced by curses for disobedience. What did John the Baptist think about claims of unconditional heritage? He told the Pharisees, and do not think you can say to yourselves, we have Abraham as our father. I tell you that out of these stones, God can raise up children of Abraham. That was a prophecy. Because we're like those stones. Do you know what I mean? Because it's by faith, not by blood. And through faith in Jesus Christ, we are now part of the Abrahamic covenant. We're that. We're Israel. Jesus said, therefore I say unto, Jesus said this. Here's Jesus. He said, therefore say I unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you and given to a nation, bringing forth the fruits thereof. And this is why I kept putting up that meme from that HBO show back in the day with the robots, that anytime they saw information that made them know they were robots, they were like, it doesn't look like anything to me. Smell it! Yeah, smell it. Schofield also made it appear that the Bible prophesied a future return of the Jews to Palestine in order to give the Balfour Declaration and Israel's eventual statehood the illusion of fulfilled prophecies. His notes proclaimed, the gift of the land is modified by prophecies of 3 dispossessions and restorations. 2 blah, blah, blah. He says stupid things. He said stupid things. He said convenient things for rich Zionistic Jews. Let me read it, though. Sorry, I got bored. I'm sick still. I've decided to just go to services even though I'm sick. Forgive me, everyone, from my churches. Forgive me. If you get sick because of me, forgive me. I can't just not go to church. Forgive me. Well, this is the dispensational thing. All right, so here's what Schofield wrote. The gift of the land is modified by prophecies of 3 dispossessions and restorations. Just making up a whole thing. 2 dispossessions and restorations have been accomplished. Israel is now in the 3rd dispersion, from which she will be restored at the return of the Lord as king under the Davidic covenant. Literally setting up prots to worship the Antichrist. The crazy thing about Zionism, about American evangelical Zionism, is it's setting up prots to worship the Antichrist. Isn't that cool? Schofield's claim of 3 restorations is unscriptural. The Bible prophesies only two restorations: the Hebrews' original journey from Egypt to the Promised Land under Moses, and the return from exile in Babylon described in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah. To support his claim, Schofield used verses referring to the Ezra-Nehemiah return, or to the what's up? I'm going to get through this, and it's worth it. Stick with me. The Bible prophesies only two restorations: the Hebrews' original journey from Egypt to the Promised Land under Moses, and the return from the exile in Babylon described in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah. Right. I'm a brap hog. To support his claim, Schofield used verses referring to the Ezra-Nehemiah return, or to the coming of Christ, but nowhere does the Bible forecast a third return of the Jews to Palestine, unless one uses imaginative leaps of logic. A cardinal rule of Schofield dispensationalism claimed that if any biblical prophecy was not fulfilled in the past, it still awaits future fulfillment of God's promise to give Abraham's seed the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. Schofield wrote, "It is important to see that the nation has never as yet taken the land under the unconditional Abrahamic covenant, nor has it ever possessed the whole land." The writer says, important, Schofield? Important to whom? Only to your Zionist master. Although it is claimed that the conquest described in the book of Joshua did not give the Hebrews the whole land and thus left God's promise to Abraham unfulfilled until the future, a careful reading of the Bible disproves this. Joshua 21:43-45 enters the arena. And the Lord gave unto Israel all the land, which he sware to give unto their fathers. And they possessed it, and dwelt therein. And the Lord gave them rest round about it, according to all that he sware unto their fathers. And there stood not a man of all their enemies before them. The Lord delivered all their enemies into their hand. There failed not aught of any good thing which the Lord had spoken unto the house of Israel. All came to pass. Furthermore, 1 Kings 4:21 testifies that Israelites ruled the entire area envisioned as Greater Israel, and Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines as far as the border of Egypt. These countries brought tribute and were Solomon's subjects all his life. So there you go. There's your whole dumb thing. But here's the thing. When you talk to people like this, you got to play whack-a-mole, because they're like, what about this verse? And instead of listening and instead of understanding the bigger picture, they play, well, what about this verse? Now deal with this verse. 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 And I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do when they do that. What do I do? You tell me. I don't know. It's just like, okay. I know it's a red herring. I know it's like a red herring and a Gish Gallop thing, but what do you do with that? Jimmy, you're smart. You're a debater. What do you do with that? You say, shut up. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that. Yeah, it's tiresome. It reminds me of a book by a guy with a mustache that I appreciate. It reminds me of this Austrian painter whom I love, despite the fact that he was a heretic. He had some good ideas. And one of the things he said is it didn't matter how much time you spent convincing a Tengu. Tengu! It didn't matter. You could sit there and you can make them admit everything. And you could show them the evidence. And you could put it in front of their face. And you could say, here it is. And they would, finally, you would go. Because it would take, you could spend the whole day arguing with them. And maybe one day they would finally say, okay, you have a great point. And then the next day they would reset and act like they never heard a word you've ever said. Whoever is asking questions is controlling the conversation. Tell them to address your points first. Don't let them run. And then Bogdan says, you handle it. Those are true things. You guys think on your feet better than I do, I think. But I had a good weekend. You know, that was part of my weekend. But those, yeah, sounds like my ex. I'll tell you what, women have taught me more about gaslighting. I'm really good at knowing when I'm being gaslit. I'll say that. And I learned it from having girlfriends. He factory resets overnight. Well, see, this is what I'm saying. So this is a real world thing that Mokushi is dealing with. Let me show you something. Where's bookmarks? There they are. Let me show you something. I save a lot of things that I intend to cover in the show, but then I'm like, this is going to be too depressing. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to get sad. But here's something really interesting that I want to show you.
The Jews, Israel, their people, the Jews, are better than all of us. They're better than all of us. And you need to accept that. This is where, with the kids, where we start our indoctrination. I know that's a strong word to use, indoctrination, that it, it gets such a bad reputation.
Indoctrination gets such a bad reputation. Maybe I shouldn't have said it, that part. But it is on camera now. So we'll just try and smooth it out.
But that's where it starts. That's where it started with me. When I was a child, that I was taught about the support that the church owes to Israel.
So all your loose change that you have from home, you bring that change to school. Everything that we get, we will actually cash it in and make a check out to the Fellowship for Christians and Jews.
And anybody that's ever been to our church would know there's a spiritual obligation of a Christian to Israel.
God gave a promise in Genesis chapter 12, and I'm going to bless all of those that bless you, and I'm going to curse all of them that curse you. Every nation that has blessed Israel, God has blessed them. And every nation that has opposed Israel, God has been in opposition to them. And I'm going to stand up for Israel. And if that offends you, you're in the wrong church this morning.
Those are Christians. Right? That's what they say. That's what they call themselves. How do you like that? How do you like that? Literally telling children that the Jews are superior to them. Literally taking pure Talmudic Satan crap and filling young people's minds with the lie that they are somehow inferior to a bunch of, I don't know, Polish, Khazarian, maybe a little Sephardic, very rarely Semitic people who have decided that they're God's chosen people. And then sending them out into the world to die for Israel. Giving their money away for Israel. They get things in the mail. Help an old Jewish lady. She can't afford a whoopee cushion or whatever. This old lady only has 3 TVs. Why would you be so cruel to the Jews? Have you not heard about the holly? This is really what's happening in the minds of millions of Americans. That's what we're contending with. I think maybe this illustrates how deep the indoctrination goes for these people. So that when you're trying to show them the truth, you're not just bucking against, oh, I didn't know that part. You're bucking against an entire worldview that they were raised in. And it's very difficult for them to see outside of it. To some extent, these people are victims. They're basically have been MK Ultra'd into seeing themselves as Goyim, which is why I won't use that word. Are these people bad? Are they stupid? Or has the truth been hidden from them? And have they been so deeply indoctrinated that they literally can't tell up from down? They literally cannot see things for what they are. And should we just scoff at them? Or should we find ways to bridge the divide? I think we should find ways to get them from point A to point B.
At Stanglia super chatted $5. Everyone asks I am part chosen, frowning face emoji. Do I really look that awful?
You don't look chosen to me at all. Here's your sound. I've used all these sounds.
Snagglebeast tipped $5. I live in my grandparents' old house and they still get those help an old Holocaust survivor letters. It makes me sick every time I see one.
It's crazy. Here's something else crazy. I can't find a new sound. I'm going to have to go into a different folder. Here's your sound, Snagglebeast. Come on. Here we go. No. No. There you go. All right. Look, we got to keep, like, this is what I say. This is what I say over here. Over here, I say, become Orthodox. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox, go to church. I say, speak the truth no matter the consequences. That's what I say. That's what I say. What did your comment remind me of, Snaggleby? So I wanted to show you something. It reminded me of this. Okay, chutzpah, irony. Are they just a nation of comedic geniuses? I was looking into all the times that Israel said that Iran is committing war crimes, and I was just thinking, like, when they talk about how you have to help these people because they're Holocaust survivors while committing a Holocaust, and they call these people terrorists while committing terror, and they say they're doing war crimes while doing the most heinous war crimes imaginable, while banging on government buildings, demanding their right to rape Palestinian prisoners. The idea that they then could say that they're the victims and millions of people would take that seriously, it makes me want to stab myself in the neck. But not in a bad way. There's no good way to do that. It makes me mad. It makes me mad. It makes me want to spit. It makes me want to throw up. I cannot comprehend what we're witnessing. And I cannot comprehend when I talk to someone and they don't see what's so obvious. That is demoralization. That is the essence of demoralization. I know we all know this, but that doesn't mean it's not worth talking about. It doesn't mean it's not worth pointing out. It doesn't mean it's never worth revisiting and considering. It doesn't mean it's not worth watching Yuri Bezmenov clips once in a while just to refresh our memory.
Yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Yes. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be a greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that.
Do you understand? Demoralization. That's why I always say demoralization complete. Is these people, it doesn't matter how much you show them. But I still don't believe it. I still keep, you got to try. Yeah, I don't know. You got to try anyway. I don't know. What are you going to do? You speak the truth, you hope people follow. But they're, he's talking about Marxist-Lenin, but the idea remains the same. When you become so completely demoralized that no amount of information can change what you see until it's too late. And so these Zionist Christians who are helping prop up the terrorist regime of the SOS, of the Tengu, who threaten with nuclear holocaust those who oppose them, and do untold atrocities right in front of our eyes. These people will be the first against the wall if the Tengu have their way. And I don't think that they necessarily will. But that's why we have to fall before the throne of grace. That's why we have to invest in the life of orthodoxy. That is our job. You speak the truth and you live the life of the church. And if something's wrong in front of you, deal with it. But don't think that we have the power necessarily. Don't let yourself get filled with prelest at the idea that somehow you are the thing this all hinges on, and that you have to go out there and do something. You have to go out there and you know, don't do that. Because it does hinge on you, but it hinges on you showing God.
Snagglebeast tipped $2.
Hold on.
One important thing to remember is that Yuri Bismenov was an agent of Soviet intelligence. There's no way to know if he was being completely forthright or if he was twisting the truth for some end we don't know or understand.
Of course. But that last statement about demoralization, that is true. Regardless of what he was trying to do by saying it, I don't watch him and say, now here's a guy who's tapped in. I watch him and I show you this clip right here.
Is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him.
That. If you are successfully demoralized, you are unable to assess true information. And that is true. And that is timeless truth. And we see it play out all the time. So many of you get caught in the weeds. I don't get it. I don't get it. You get caught in the weeds. JP's like this, so if he says a true thing, it doesn't matter. BS! He said a true thing. The truth matters. Yuri's this, so if he says a true thing, it doesn't matter. No, he said a true thing. The truth matters. Look, you guys got to stop with the factionalism. Snagglebeast, this isn't directed at you. You have to stop with the factionalism. To a certain extent, everyone has these hair triggers. You mention somebody and they're like, oh, great. Oh, great. Tony follows this guy. Tony follows Jesus Christ. Tony follows the Orthodox Church. Tony follows his priests and his bishops. That's who Tony follows. Tony assesses information, and when he sees something that's true, he shines a light on it. That's what I do. That's what I attempt to do. To the extent that I fail, I apologize. But that is what I'm trying to do. And I don't care where it comes from. And I'm not playing keep out with someone who happens to speak the truth, but doesn't have all of it sorted. As if I do. As if I have it all sorted. As if any of us have it all sorted. This is the theme of the show today. The theme is this rampant factionalism that makes you dismiss people wholesale. Because you're afraid of being tricked. If you have the truth, and if you spend your life seeking the truth, you're not adhering to any of these people. You're not a convert to JP or Ian Carroll or Nick Fuentes. You take what you can and you discard the rest. Even with me, take what you can. If I say something that's wrong, discard it.
$1.99. Faith saves. If I have all knowledge, I'm nothing.
If I,
At Yo Kansas super chatted $5. How you gonna dog on somebody for not finding orthodoxy? We were all there.
Exactly.
JP definitely stands and seeks the truth.
Exactly. All of us have gone through a transformation. How insane is it to crap on someone who isn't fully there yet? You used to not be fully there. You used to not be Orthodox. Because this guy's not Orthodox, I'm going to take a crap on him and try and play keep out instead of encourage him further into the truth until he ends up in the most important thing in the world, the Orthodox Church. That's the goal. The goal is we all become Orthodox. The goal is God looks down and he sees a nation of believers, a nation of devout Christians. Where's your faith? Is it in yourself? Do you think we can stop them without God's providence? Do you think God's providence didn't allow this to befall us? Do you think we don't deserve all of this and more?
At Yo Kansas super chatted $5. JB done broke my heart over JP. What am I missing here?
No, JB's no, he was just, we talked it out. It wasn't an actual argument. I'm arguing. I'm not arguing with Slowboy. I'm not arguing with JB, and I'm not arguing with Snagglebees. I'm arguing with this idea, this fear of being tricked that runs the conversation. I call it the psyop. Everything's a psyop. It's a way of keeping yourself safe. In truth, it's an act of pride, I think. In your pride, you dismiss things wholesale so that you can't be tricked because your ego can't take it. I get tricked all the time because I don't have all the answers. And I don't purport to. And I'm not a teacher. That's not my job. My job is to talk about stuff, to entertain you, and to make music, and to encourage you forward. But I'm not a teacher. Your priest is a teacher. The bishop is a teacher. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who's working it out in front of you. And hopefully it helps. Hopefully it helps. I hope it helps. I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm arguing with this idea. And I also understand the other aspect of this, the sort of limited hangout thing, where you say this guy's got a bunch of good points, and then he feeds you bad information, and then you repeat that bad information, and then all of a sudden, all the truth gets laundered by some BS. This is the Alex Jones effect. Alex Jones says a bunch of true things, and then he says some retarded BS, and then you dismiss all the truth he says, and that's the point of Alex Jones. That's why he exists, is to make the truth seem stupid. And it's an easy trick, and they do it all the time. So JB has a great point when it comes to that. That's a great point. You have to be careful for that. That's why do not put your trust in princes and sons of men. That's how you defeat that. That's how you defeat that. You don't put your trust in princes and sons of men, in whom there is no salvation. You don't put your trust in Nick Fuentes. You don't put your trust in Jay Dyer. You don't put your trust in Tony. You take all the things they say. You're not at the. Were you baptized in the name of Jay Dyer, or were you baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? That's your king. That's your leader. Jay, and I'm not crapping on Jay Dyer. He says, I mean, he's basically one of the best sources of information. There's a reason I reached out to him this week. It was because I couldn't get to the bottom of something and I needed help. You know? The man is an encyclopedia. He's freaking brilliant. But I'm not baptized in the name of Jay Dyer. And he's not my spiritual father. He's a man doing a service for us. Good night, Stanglia. Dang, we hit the goal a while ago.
I was worried about paying my bills this week. I was worried that I'd be poor. I was worried I'd have to live in the streets, cause the Arby's to charge my phone. I was worried that y'all didn't like me no more. I was worried that I fell off. I'm about to have a day on panic attack, cause I thought you wouldn't hit the goal. But you hit the goal. Just now.
You understand? What a weird show. Shout out that dog. I'm sick. I don't want to do push-ups right now. I'm sick. Once I'm in good health. Matter of fact, let me open up the freaking producers lounge. Yeah. If anybody feels like hanging out in the producers lounge, it's open now. Let me show you the icon that my friend painted for me. He's now training under Maria's favorite iconographer. And I can't help but think that this can't be the rest of my life. I love this. But I want to make music for the church. I want to make music for a divine liturgy. I want to do a bunch of them. I want to do multiple. I guess I could do that and have a show. Look at this. Look at this icon. My friend made this and gave it to me after church on Saturday. It's massive. I mean, it's really big. I don't know if he wants me to put his name out there. Mark, if you're here, do you want me to put your name out there? Because I can start sending people your way if you want me to. And it would be my pleasure. I'm just always careful about people being associated with me because I'm controversial. Let me ask you, I don't know if you're watching. Let me ask. Yeah. His name's Mark, but there's a lot of Marks. Oh, there you are. You don't have social, though. Do you have just where? Oh, is there some way that I'm not going to be like, hey, here's his phone number? There's got to be some way I can get him to you. This man is a brilliant iconographer. And he's just, every new icon, he just gets better and better. It's incredible. I have multiple icons of his in my house. And now he's training under arguably the best iconographer in the world. Can I say your last name? What can I say? What can I say? He's in Discord? I didn't even know you're in you're in Discord. I didn't know you were in my Discord. What's your name in my Discord, dude? Okay. If you want to have an icon made, here's his email. I'm going to put it in chat. Have an icon made. Maybe I can also put it, I can pin that. Do my links not work? What am I, chopped liver? I freaking own this channel. What am I? Also, if you're in the Discord, I'll put it in the Discord. Let me do that right now. Get your icons made by... Why did it take me this long to think of this? I'm such a silly goose. By Mark. Look at this. Look at this man's work. Look at this. Thank you again, Mark. Oh, he said privately? Oh, what am I, dumb? Oh, okay. What am I, dumb? Here, I'll delete that. Sorry. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. Let me delete it. Sorry. It's in the Discord. Gee whiz. Okay. All right, I'll be the fence. If anybody wants an icon made from this person, hit me up. I know him personally. I freaking know this guy. All right? Okay. Let's make it to... Should I keep going? I should keep going. We have 38 of 30. Should we try and go to... What number... How many super chats should we go to? Should we go to 60, 50, 45, or 40? I know a guy. You need icons? I know a guy. I want to listen to this beat for a second. I gotta loop this. This sounds so crazy. 50? 6.7? Oh, why don't I have a 6.7? Huge issue. That's a huge problem. No, we'll do 50. All right. I'll stop at 50. You guys are paying me to leave now. Welcome to the world of online commerce. It doesn't make sense. Pay me for the free show and pay me to stop doing it. Okay? And then on Friday, pay me for songs you already own. Okay? Don't think about it too deep. Embrace the mystery. All right. Same, Tony. I just feel sad and want home. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. Sometimes when Lent's over, I don't want to go back to eating meat. Do you know what I mean? I like the way I am right now. I understand maybe it's not quite as funny, and I know it's not as aggressive. But my priorities are right. And they never are. You're not going anywhere, Tony. Oh, come on. Come on. How about this? Pay me 50 and I'll stay, maybe. We'll work it out. The main thing is hit 50. Look, the main thing I want you to take away from this is give me money. The main thing I want you to take away from this whole goal situation is just give me some money. My priorities become straight during Lent. And I'm such an all over the place guy. I went to Riley's church, who you don't know and nobody knows. Oh, gosh. Nice save. Never mind. That story's dead. Can't talk about that part. All right, what can I talk about? You want to look at stuff? Here we go.
This is Israel's war. The worst possible case scenario is Iran says, okay, you humiliated us, you killed all of our leaders, we're going to go make this a regional mess and try to get as many people involved as possible. They're going to go after Americans, they're going to go after Saudis, they're going to go after everybody imaginable, just to create a big mess and to try to draw the world into it. Here's where I stand and where the MAGA base stands. We do not want U.S. boots on the ground. We do not want American kinetic involvement. This is Israel's war.
How? That's crazy. That's pretty smart. Not for nothing. That was pretty smart. That's exactly what Iran did. Pretty smart. And they died for some reason. And they died for no reason. I repost this a lot because this is Israel protests demanding the right to sexually assault Palestinian prisoners. Let's just remember that this is something. When you really think about it, it's like, dude, the problem with a lot of these Zionists is they're only anti-Muslim. They think that somewhere out in the Middle East, there's this group of people with moral fiber. And they couldn't be more wrong. And the best thing to do is just get out of there and let them all do their thing to each other. Because all of them are insane. Except for the Christians there, who have been greatly reduced and targeted. Oh, yeah, Sam Shamoon is anti-Zionist now? That's pretty lit. When did that happen? That's kind of new. He called Netanyahu Satan-Nahu. Think doesn't quite slap. Why not Satan-Yahu? Netanyahu chutzpah. Anyway, he went off, so that was cool. And then the same day, Alex Jones did. Somebody said, Reverend Jordan Wells, probably getting a payoff, said, I am a Christian Zionist. And Alex Jones says, good for you, now move to Israel. Well, yeah. But that doesn't help us. It doesn't help us when the two most insane people on earth are like, yeah, I'm a Zionist too. Ah, crap. This is that limited hangout thing. Hey, guys, Alex Jones and Sam Shamoon are on our side. Yay. Whatever. Let's listen to music. I'm working out normaler. I'm working it out. It's going to be incredible, I know that. Me and Ozzy are working on an album cover.
You've seen it all. You've watched it fall. Hey, how, hey, oh. What are you still waiting for? You watch it
Hey, no one's super chatted me since I said that I wanted you to. What the hell? I said that I wanted you to. What the hell? What the hell? What? No, I didn't change it. Thank you. Thank you, Snaggle, or Metal Stalfos. Here's your sound.
At Super Shattered $10.
You talk about that? That's only in the left ear. That boom, boom, boom.
There's no
Yeah, that's kind of what I love about the song. There's like this driving melody going on that you don't even notice. It's kind of moving the whole song subtly. No, it doesn't have a sick drop. Thank you, Adolf. Here's your sound. Such a good sound. You just got a really good sound. All right, let me see what else we're going. I got a lot. So I have this whole group of songs that I'm thinking of adding to it. One of them is this, which it's called the Yes Foundation. Yeah, whatever. What else we got? Collateral. Collateral is going to be on there. I don't know. This part's boring. What do you want me to do? I want to work on music now. I almost didn't do the stream today after I got mad at Slowboy. I was just going to work on music. I don't want to bore you guys. But I kind of just want to work on this album. If I'm being real, I kind of want to work on this album and show you the songs that are up for, that might end up on it. Can I just show you the songs that might end up on it? All right, fine, I will. Thank you, Adolf. Here's your sound, bro. You want one of my jokes? You want one of my jokes? My jokes are a little different. I've been working on a new kind of joke, I think. An interested man frequently patronized a failing establishment, inquiring as to the financial standings of its constituents. Laugh City. Laugh City. When did I do a diss track? Here's your sound reverse massage. No, I want to play with that. When did I do a diss track? Hold on. This is sick. I gotta make that make sense. Hold on.
At Shoreline Super Chatted $9.99. Tell them.
I was on the baseball field hitting no-hitters. These people think I'm slow quitter. But no, nigga, I'm that ball bigger. I'm real crazy. You think I'm lazy? I'm Patrick Swayze, Ghost, and I'm out of here. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. All right. I don't know how I'm going to make these two elements fit, but that is my challenge. That is the challenge. Hold on. What an odd beat. I gotta make this beat make sense in my head. I know I like it, but it doesn't fully make sense in my head yet. Oh yeah, that'll help. Let me stabilize it with a little vocal melody. I think it starts right there. Okay. This has the potential to be very hypnotic. That's audible. It's right at the edge of audible. I gotta get that bass sound. Hold on. I know I missed the super chat. My bad. That bass sound's gonna be key. Tony, do you want me to tell you how to make music? I learned from watching this guy Seymour Supreme. No, thank you. Here's your sound, bud. Here's your sound. Maybe I'll use that sound. Something needs to flesh this sound out a little bit. This bass is integral. Integral. There it is. There it is. Gee whiz, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. No, it needs to have, I'm not quite sure. That's too much. And when I spread this, it's almost that. Want something nice. Want something nice. Almost conga-like.
At Alexander Life is worth 3,755 super chatted $2. Okay. At Joe Kansas super chatted $5.
Ah, I see.
Check out Jazz Club by Geneva. Feel like it's the vibe you're shooting for.
I almost feel like I could take this off, turn this into a sine wave. As much as I want it to be kind of sharp in the beginning, I could use this for sharpness for a sort of attack. I think I just have to pitch it down. Close to that. Just no air. I'm going to replace the reverb. I think that'll do it. Let me try this reverb that I got from Native Instruments for free. It's called ROM? Was this it? Dang it, I'm going to obsess over that freaking bass. I'm going to obsess over that bass. All right. I'm going to obsess over that bass. I hate this echo. I'm going for the thing I thought in the first place but didn't do. Why did I not do it? I don't know. Well, I'm doing it now. I'm correcting my mistake now. Here we go. feel like I'm doing a lot of work to not get the sound I need. Thank you. I missed some super chats. And Leviton, thank you, man. Here's your sound, bro. And yo, Kansas, check out Jazz Club by Geneva. Feel like it's the vibe you were shooting for. No! Here's your sound. And then Alexander Leisworth said, okay. And here's your sound. I don't know the sound I want. I'm looking for it. And I'm going to find it on my own. I'm going to find it over here. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. No. It goes down too much. Yeah, let it just be an 808, right? It's always just an 808, isn't it? But I want to have like a top end. That just ain't it. I'm afraid it's because I need a saw. Can't be that. There it is. Less tail. Yeah. I think that's it. All right, whatever. I'll figure it out later. All right. The bird reminds me of dog music. Yeah, I saw it drop that. Are you ready to play a game type? Check out Arms Wide Open by Creed. Feels like that's the vibe you're going. Bro, with that jungle type beat, I'm a fish. Go watch the wild thornberry. It's a dish. Let me hear just the rhythm. Let me hear just the beat. I know what the problem is. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to solve it. making just the top end, because the top end is what's going to stick out. So what I should do... This will have to be... This is not important right now. African drumbeat simulator? Stuck on a roller coaster line, weaving back and forth, back and forth. What happened to the vocal? I turned them off. I wanted to hear just the... I just want to get this... Because here's the thing. There's a lot going... I probably have to... Let me check the EQ on this, actually. There's probably some artifacts that are clouding things. Yep. I'm getting there. I'm getting to the sound I want. There's like some sound that I want. Sometimes it's hard to hear the sound that you want. It's more of just like a vibe. You're like, I know there's this thing somewhere around here. I'm getting real close. It's not a fart. Don't say it's a fart because it isn't. Because it isn't. Austin DeTulio, thank you, bro. What'd you say? You said unencumbered? Or are you requesting songs? Here's your sound. It's not a fart. Don't say it's a fart. Don't do that. okay. I think I know what I want to do here. I'm going to leave if y'all keep trying to tell me how to do a song. I'll just leave. I don't give a crap. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste your time. You guys want to make a song, go make a song. That's probably it, right? That's probably the move there, huh? You guys want to make a song? You can. You can. You can. I believe in you. I'm out here believing in you. Do me the same favor. Return me the favor and believe in me. Because I believe in you. I believe each and every one of you doling out on us for advice could make a song. I really do. That's just me. That's just me. I think about you and I bet these guys can do it. That's what I'm out here thinking about you. I think now there's a group of people that can just do it. There's a bunch of people that could do it. Why don't y'all return me the favor? Why don't y'all return me the favor and say, there's a guy that can do it? Huh? 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 Broke my thing. What did I do? I broke OBS. I'm stuck in this room. I don't know what I just did to OBS. I think I put a scene in another scene. Yeah, I completely just broke OBS. Yeah, I think, like, I accidentally tried to put a scene in another scene, and now I just got a circle. Yeah, but I can't change anything. And this is the end. This is the end. It's ending. This thing's gonna crash. Let me get that last super chat. Hey, thank you, Reverse Massage. I believe in you too. And here's your sound. And thank you, KLW. I believe in you. Forgive me for the unsolicited advice. Oh, it's nothing. God bless you. Here's your sound. All right, I'm just gonna dance until this thing dies, I guess. Thank you, Austin. Austin hit the 50. Thank you, Austin. Here's your sound, Austin. We could go to 60, but I'm stuck over here. I'm stuck over here. I got a white screen on OBS. Turn it up. I can't. Just the first part. This is just the first part. I got so many more things I'm gonna do with this. Screw it. I'm just gonna keep working. Dang. Okay. Make it 75. You can do it. Yeah, okay. Oh gosh.
Biscuits 99000 super chatted $5. Make it 75. You can do it, Tony.
Here's your sound, Gorilla Biscuits. I use that in, I use that sometimes. That's Brian Callen, Hain a Punching Bag. I found some random short of it like a year ago, and I was like, what a sound. And so sometimes I use it for like kicks and stuff. Like, I'll add it to a kick. Here, watch. I'll do it with this song. That'll be fun. How will I do this? I'll do it like this. It's so sick. It's such a cool sound. This is a freaking... All right, I'll do that and I'll line that up with a kick. So we'll go like this. Oh, you know what I should do? I should get like a... No, like a... Like that. Don't make it weird. And then make it like this. Don't be weird. That sounds weird. I'm gonna fix it. Don't make... Oh gosh, it sounds... I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I'll fix it! That's the area right there. That's the part. Okay. There we go. There it is. It'll make sense later. I gotta get ideas out early. Otherwise they go away. All right. Yo, I'm done. Yo, I'm so done. Yo, filter sweep your way out of this chat, nigga. How about that? How about that, nigga? Also, that's you're right. That's what I want there. That's actually a good point. That is actually, I think that will help. It's actually not working. I don't feel racist anymore. I don't know. It's a spiritual thing, isn't it? Race is real. And certain people do be acting different. The condemnation of them, I don't know. Just lately, I'm just like, I guess it's like everything's been ramped up to such a high degree at this point, you know? Everything's been ramped up to, I mean, it just feels like pure chaos out there. Not in my little corner of the world. My corner of the world is simple. I work, I go to church, I hang out with my wife, and I hang out with my dogs. My life is very simple. Glory to be to God. But when I look out there, the tumult has grown to such a degree that it's unfathomable. The amount of evil has grown to such a degree that it's unbearable. It's literally unbearable. And it just makes me yearn for life as it's meant to be. It makes me yearn for the kingdom of God. It's like, I don't feel like parsing out who to hate and who to love. I don't feel like condemning everyone and watching their evil and pointing them out and saying, look how evil they are. It's obvious. I just feel like I don't want to be here. And I don't mean that in like a sort of like suicidal way or anything. I just mean I yearn for the world as it was meant to be. You know? That's what I mean when I say I don't feel racist anymore. I just feel sad and I want to go home. That's what I mean. You know? I imagine some of you can relate. I also feel like some people got up in arms about it. They're like, he said he's not racist now. We're all racist. We have to be. I mean, did I say I checked my brain at the door? Did I say that I no longer can see things as they are? I just feel like focusing on the evil is torturous. And I don't know if it helps. I don't know if it really helps. You know? And I was looking at my point originally was this. I showed my friend who's native, the Swarm Pants show, and I was overwhelmed by how dark and sardonic and cynical it was. Yes, it was interesting. Yes, it was artistic. Yes, I'm the greatest artist of my generation. Yes, I was brilliant. It was also I always thought that I was a very sincere person. But then you watch that and you're like, there's there's sincerity in there, but it's covered in layers of irony and cynicism. And it surprised me. I'm like that? I didn't know I was like that. I don't want to be like that. Was what I was struck with. I don't want to be like that. That's not, yeah, okay, cool. I'm cynical. Cool. I don't want to be cynical. And I didn't realize I was until I watched Swarm Pants back. And all of a sudden I was like, this is so dark. Well, okay, you're reflecting the darkness of the world, Tony. So what? That's just more darkness in the grand equation. Mathematically, I just made more. That's all I did. Yeah, but yours is self-aware. It exists on its own. I'm self-aware. I know what I'm doing. But as a piece of media, it's dark. Chasm is dark. Swarm Pants is dark. I'm adding to the darkness. That was what I left with on Sunday. I sat there and I thought about it. The rest of the day, I couldn't help but think about it. Where's the light? If the children of God aren't going to make the light, then who will? If the children of God aren't going to create light, then who will? We have to at least attempt to. And I don't know if we do that by focusing on the darkness. In fact, I would say I'm sure that you don't. And so it's just made me very aware of myself. I'm very aware of the many ways that I'm failing. I'm not interested in the rage. I'm not interested in blackpilling. I'm not interested in cynicism and just constantly making jokes about awful things so that I don't cry. Making light of things that aren't light. We should just be in tears. That's how we should be. We should be in tears. We should look at the world and look at the state of mankind, and we should just be in tears. You know? there's this double-edged sword where you're like, if I don't say it, no one will. So I have to keep pointing it out until other people understand. I have that. But there's also this other part of me that says, I don't want to think about it anymore. I want to think about God. I want to fall in love with Jesus Christ. I want to be in love. I want to have so much love for Christ in my heart that it overwhelms me. And I don't. And I want to. Do you understand? I want to. And I want that to be it. Because that is it. That is the way, the truth, and the life. It's not all this stuff we're seeing. That's reality. True reality is Christ. Everything else is distorted. A privation of the truth. A privation of the good. That's all that is. You're watching what's good be tattered. But the good remains. Because the good is eternal. Evil has no substance. It's just a distortion of the good. And its time is limited. And I feel like, and our time is limited. How much of it must we dedicate to focusing on the evil? How much time do we have left? And how much of that should we space out for focusing on how bad everyone else is? Don't you find that when you really look at yourself, you realize that you're bad? Don't you find that there's all sorts of things that you don't do that you know you should? Isn't that the only thing you actually have the ability to change? Or any hope of changing? So that's where I've been thinking about. That's where I've been at. I've been thinking, I want to create light to whatever capacity I'm capable of it, to whatever limited capacity I'm capable of creating light. I don't want to go into that chasm. I don't want to do that anymore. That's the point of that album. It was one last hurrah for the darkness. I don't want to be dark. I don't want to go into that chasm. I don't want to lament how dark it is. I want to help provide some sort of light. I don't want to bicker. I don't want to hang out in my corner of the internet and say everybody's stupid but me. I want to go to heaven. Isn't that what this is all about? Don't you want to go to heaven? That's what I want. I want to spend eternity with the source of life, with the source of all that's good and true. That's what I want. Everything else is window dressing. Everything else is demonic attacks pulling me away from that goal. When I treat it like something that I can change instead of like something I should pray about. When I let it overwhelm me and I fall into despair and I stop praying and I stop going to church, and I just get overcome by the darkness and I become despondent. That's not what God wants me to do. That's not what He wants me to do. He wants me to take it to Him. When I'm happy, I take it to Him. When I'm sad, I take it to Him. When I'm concerned, that's what He wants. Everything should be a reminder to pray. Everything should be a reminder to return to Christ. How often does it become a reminder to return to Christ? How often does it just become a stumbling block that we use to mask our own sin? How often does it become a chance to judge, a chance to condemn? And it's not to say that the evil that's happening doesn't matter, because it does. And it's not to say that these evil acts shouldn't be condemned, because they should. I guess that's the tension, I guess, right there. The tension is, how do we condemn it without also condemning ourselves? That's exactly it, Kyle. Sorry, I haven't seen any super chats. I could see the chat, but like OBS is whited out. Like, I'm leaving. I'm dying. Everything's kind of tripping out right now, so I'm missing stuff. Sorry. I don't even know how to end the stream because it's all busted up. 16 catechumen. Westford said there's 50 catechumen in his church. We're doing what we're supposed to do. Pray. Pray that God delivers us from the SOS. Pray that God delivers us from the great evil that has completely ravaged our country. Pray. That's our power. And it's a power that people don't realize. People don't realize how powerful it is. It's the most powerful thing we have. All right. Everything's frozen. I'm going to freaking get out of here. Probably. I'll work on this maybe one day. I have enough that I just have to release right now. I don't have to be worrying about new songs at the moment. And also, it's a little hard to work when everybody's sitting there judging you and saying, oh, you gotta do this. Gotta do this. Imagine that. Imagine doing that. Think about it. That's what I want you to do. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about what that's like. Because I'll tell you what it's like. It's like having a bunch of kids yapping in your ear while you're trying to read a book. That's what it's like. You should do this. 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 That's what it's like. Does that sound fun? It sucks. I'm just telling you I'm just being very honest. All I'm doing is being very honest. That's what it's like. And sometimes it overwhelms me and I'm like, I can't even do this. I'm off my square. I can't do it now. And now I can't do it because everybody's telling me how to do it. Like I'm doing it wrong. Nigga, it's music. What do you mean wrong? What do you mean wrong? I'm in a world of my imagination. What do you mean wrong? What do you mean? What do you mean should? What are you talking about? We all have been staring at you, Tony. Does that feel weird? No, that doesn't feel weird. I have ADHD. Sometimes I just have my wife sit next to me while I'm doing stuff. It helps me. I don't know why. It's like a weird thing. It doesn't feel weird having you guys watch or say, that's cool. That feels cool. Then I'm like, yeah, and I'm just getting hype and I'm going. But then you're like, damn this. What about this? I don't like that part. You should replace that. What about that? Then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, cool. Now I'm not enjoying myself. Now I'm having a bad time. It's part of the reason I stopped making music in front of people. I used to do it a lot more when nobody watched. I don't mind people watching. I just mind people like kind of inserting their BS. Not that you guys don't have wonderful ideas, but why don't you take your wonderful ideas and shove them up your A, B, C, your absidae. Why don't you shove them up your absidae? Then, or use them in your own songs. You freaking jerks. You freaking stupid jerks. What, you think this is a collaboration? What do you think, you're my bandmate? Get the hell out of here. Huh? You hear me? You hear me? You arrogant swine! Shut up! Sorry. I was just joking. I'm in Tony's band because I'm watching his show. I'm in Tony's band. Hi, I'm in the studio. I'm your engineer. Because I'm watching the show. I'm making this song. I just realized I'm making the song. I'm just joking. Am I? I don't know. I don't even know if I am. I don't know if I don't know. Feels real. It feels real. Sorry. It feels real, but I feel bad. I think that's what's going on. I gotta fix this chair. Yeah, guys, you're all in my band. You guys are all in my... Hi, welcome to the show. You're all in my band. Please help me write my songs. I don't know how I've done it this long without you. I need you. Me and Tony are equal partners in these songs. Yeah. Y'all gonna F around. Y'all gonna say, you should put a freaking filter sweep on that. And I'm gonna do it. And then you're gonna say, royalties, please. Royalties, please. I made that song. Tony, you didn't put me in the liner notes. I'm taking you to court. I distinctively said snare. Remember when I said snare in your chat? I have partial ownership of your song about Donald Duck. Remember when I said it doesn't sound good? Then you made it sound better? My song now. I basically made it. You didn't like black people? Yeah. And even asking that, it's bringing me right back. I'm not a fan. Are you going to be okay? Maybe you can talk to the entire world about it. Maybe you can watch a Netflix movie about it. Or march in the streets about it. You mean to tell me there's a freaking person out there that doesn't like blacks? Do you mean to tell me that there's somebody out there that doesn't love what blacks are doing? I can't. How can I live in such a world? Everyone has to feel the way I do as a black. Everyone has to like, hi, I'm black. Everyone has to like me. If you don't, you're a bad person. Boy, this show, I think I've streamed for too long. I've invalidated everything I said in the beginning. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What's so great about them? Yeah, what's so great about blacks? What, you like blacks? Oh, hey, come back here. Come back here. Tell me why you like blacks. Whoa. Whoa, dude. Thank you, Silent.
C2 I super chatted $200.
I got rewarded. I just got a little racism reward. Here's your sound, Silent. Here's your sound, yo Kansas. Am I getting racism rewards? They're like, come on, Tony. Here's your sound, yo Kansas.
It's true. Tony, don't be racist against us. We's just excited you are sharing your jams with us is all.
Silent. Okay, I won't. Now I'm not racist. Now I'm not racist. And now I am. And now I'm not. Wait, hold on. Let's ride this out. I'm racist again. Thank you for the huge super chat, Silent. Huge W. I can't do anything about it. All I can do is say thank you. I can't. I wish I could give you something. Here you go. This song's called CAS.
At reverse_massage super chatted $1.99. Silence said you be race spittin'.
Where'd that person go? Where'd that person go who thinks blacks are so great? Tell me why. Here's your sound reverse massage. I'm not racist now. Now I stopped. Now it's over. Now it's back. Hold on. I'm racist. Hold on. Yeah, I'm racist. Oh, wait. It went away. I'm not racist. And I'm racist. Now I'm racist. Hold on. Now I'm not racist. Now I'm like, oh man. Everyone's made in God's image, and they're all struggling with different things, and maybe I can't understand them. And who cares if there's a pattern of behavior with certain groups? Their lived experience necessitates their cruelty. That doesn't make sense. I'm racist. I'm racist. I'm racist. I'm racist. I'm racist. I'll figure it out. I'm sure I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll do a whole show like that. You know what? I'm doing a show tomorrow, and I'm just going to sit there and tell you I'm racist, and I'm going to say, oh, now it's gone. Oh, now it just came back. Oh, let me check. Let me check. Yes. I'll just go, here, I'll do 2 hours of just, yes. Still, yes. Now, no. 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 Yes, yes. I thought about Shiloh. Yes. I thought about the caveman stabbing the Ukrainian girl in the neck. Yes, 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 yes. I thought about the countless videos that black people post themselves of them assaulting and killing white people, and white people just being basically treated like prey. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Wait, hold on. There's got to be more to it than that. Not all. Not all. Wait, not all. Hold on just a second. Not all. I did see a black guy doing yesterday after church. I'm driving home, and there's a black guy on the divider threatening everyone, going, I'm gonna freaking kill you. I'm gonna freak, and like doing all sorts of movements and flipping people off and acted super aggressive. And I turned to my friend who was in the back seat and I said, look, it's a black. Look, that's how they are. Look at them. That's what they're like. They're like that. Do you like that? I like that. Do you believe me? That's what I said. I said, I like that. Do you believe me? So do you believe me? Black people want white people to go on Twitter and see black people stabbing us in the neck and killing us, and they want us to see the black on white crime statistics and the black on white rape statistics, and they want us to say, I like that. That's what black people want. They want us to go, nice! Well, yay! They want us to go, yay! That's good! That's good! Sorry, I'm too alive. I'm too alive and able to react to things according to what they are. That's my problem. My problem is I see things and I react to them in an appropriate manner. That's my problem. You know what? And that's on me. And I'm willing to own that. That I see what's going on. I see what black people are doing and have been doing for a very long time. And I react to it honestly. And I take full responsibility for that. Please forgive me. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. What am I doing? All right. Yo, thank you to everyone who gave me money and who was nice to me. Thank you to everyone who hung out and watched my show. You guys are all legendary. You guys are all meaningful men and wonderful women. Thank you for being meaningful men and wonderful women. God bless you all so much. Oh, I don't know who I am anymore, so I think it's time to stop. I'm right around that time where I don't know what's going on anymore inside of me. So I think that's about the time when I exit the situation. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox, go to church. And now what? Now how do I get out of here? I don't know how to get out. Oh, maybe I can raid? Okay, I'll set up a raid. Let's raid the Crucible. Even though apparently everybody tried to get the Crucible to raid me, and he said, who the hell is that guy? Or at least that's what that guy who doesn't like me said. I'm not hurt.